All right, good morning, students. Hope we got all three today. Hopefully you've got notes, a picture, and sound today. Everything shows on my end that it's working. But good, happy Friday morning to you. We're getting into the weekend, so that's exciting. And just don't forget, Monday we'll be back on campus. Everybody should be back. All the teachers recovered well, and students, as far as I know. So we'll be back on campus on Monday. But let's go ahead and get started here. We got a few more notes to get through on Mr. Brown's Bible stuff. So let's open with a word of prayer like we've been doing, and then we will get started. Heavenly Father, I thank you for all you do for us. I pray, Lord, you'd bless today. I thank you for all that you've done to take care of people. And Lord, thank you that everybody that got the COVID, it was more like flu-like symptoms and nobody got seriously ill, at least at the school. We pray, Lord, that you would continue to heal and keep others healthy. And Lord, we thank you for your blessings to us. Thank you that we can still have classes online and that we can still communicate that way. I pray, Lord, you'd bless each student today, help them and encourage them. And I pray, Lord, as we study your word today, that you would just bless it. And Lord, we've been looking at obeying your word and just doing it the right way, doing it the way you've told us to, so that we'll have a good life. And Lord, that's what we'd like. You say we can have a joyous life, an abundant life. And Lord, you provided salvation for us, so we're thankful for salvation. And we'll thank you for your love and your grace and your mercy towards us. We praise you now in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. As we get going here, I wrote down yesterday, I actually wrote down the note that we're on. So this is the new note that we're on here. So let's jump right into it here. It's 2 Timothy 1:5 was where we had kind of left off here. And it says, when I call to remembrance the unfeigned faith that is in thee, which dwelt first in thy grandmother Lois and thy mother Eunice, and I am persuaded that in thee also. So we talked about the family tradition there of Timothy. Again, his grandmother, his mother, and then him. He has the faith. He's trusted Jesus Christ as his Savior. Look at letter, we were on number 1G here. And it's Ephesians 6:1-3, and we've mentioned this verse a few times here. It says, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on the earth. And as you look at that, as you look at those verses, it says, to obey and then to honor. And like we talked about how at your age, you moved into really the honor stage of that. But it's the first commandment with promise. What's the promise? That that it may be well with thee. In other words, you'll have a good life, it'll be well, and that you may live long on the earth. And I noticed in the note here it says live on, but it's live long, of course. All right, let's go to the next slide here. And again, obey and honor our parents. That's what we've been talking about this whole lesson. Obey and honor your parents. Okay, let's look at number 2. The consequences of a wrong attitude. Everything we do, good or bad, has consequences. So it says the consequences of a wrong attitude. A wrong attitude destroys the peace in the home. You guys know that whether it's a brother or sister, whether it's mom or dad, whether it's the children, if somebody in the house is having a bad attitude, it destroys the peace that's there. I don't know about you, but at the end of the day, I love to go home. My home is a place of peace and solitude. Doesn't mean everything's perfect in my home. And obviously sometimes, believe it or not, Mrs. S and I might get in an argument or disagree on something. But if we talk it out and we apologize to one another, we work it out, and there's peace in our home. And I've always enjoyed that when our kids were growing up, that home was just a place of refuge. And hopefully your home is that way as well. But a wrong attitude can destroy that peace in the home, and it kind of it ruins God's plan for the family when that happens. Okay. All right. It could develop into bitterness. We've talked about that already. A bitterness is when we just let things fester. We have a bad attitude. We continue to get worse and worse, and we get bitter about things. We feel like the whole world's against us, or maybe our parents are against us, or maybe our brother or sister are against us. But we have to be careful of that. That's why God put it in his word, like on 1 John 1:9, to confess our sin, and he'll cleanse us from all unrighteousness. When we confess to God and we stay in contact with God, first of all, it's hard to have a wrong attitude. And it's hard to have any bitterness when you're talking to God on a daily basis and when you're reading the Word of God here. Got a note here that I'm cutting out. I'm sorry if I am, but do the best I can here. So sorry about that. All right, so don't want to develop it into bitterness. All right, underneath this, the number 2b here under bitterness, it says the things that bitterness has an effect on. So if you're bitter, this is, first of all, yourself, right? That makes sense. If you're bitter, it's going to affect you. You affect your attitude. It's going to affect your Christian friends. Not only your Christian friends, it'll affect your non-Christian friends. Bad attitude could destroy our testimony with other people, okay? And so we got to be careful with that. Of course, with our teachers, that can affect it if we have a bad attitude. Our pastors and our church. Some of you I know go to church here. Some of you go to other churches, but it can affect pastor and other people in the church. It can affect all authority figures, and it can affect all adults in our life, and not just adults, but other people too as well, obviously. All right, 4 steps to victory here. You see the 1 Peter 5, 8, and 9. This is what God commands us. He says, be sober. Sober means to be serious. I know we think of sober like if somebody's drinking alcohol, we say if they're sober, that means they haven't drank. But in this case, sober means to be serious-minded. It says, be vigilant because your adversary, the devil. Who's our enemy? Well, it's the devil. And so it says, the devil as a roaring lion walketh about seeking whom he may devour, whom resist steadfast in the faith, knowing that same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. In other words, there's other people going through problems too, and the devil's attacking everybody. For the non-believer, the devil's attacking to keep them from getting saved. For you, for being a believer, the devil's attacking you. He's already lost the battle for your soul, because once you've accepted Christ as your Savior, you're saved, you're on your way to heaven. There's nothing the devil can do about that. So the next best thing the devil can do is to wreak havoc in your life and to try to get you to go down the wrong path and to disobey God. We saw it back in Genesis with Adam and Eve, where they decided to eat, Satan tempted them and they decided to eat from the fruit they were forbidden to eat. And we see that throughout Scripture and throughout history. And I know about in your life, in my life too. The devil's always attacking. And really, we're talking about the home a lot and the relationship between parents and children and stuff. But the devil loves to get in and destroy homes, because if he can do that, then he knows that it'll be hard for you to have victory in your life. And so the Bible, God warns us. He says, hey, be careful. Your adversary, the devil, be vigilant, be watching, be sober, guard your life, be prayed up, have God's strength. We're not stronger than the devil by our own, but Jesus Christ is. And so when we walk close to Christ, that keeps the devil at bay, and we have to resist temptation there. Okay. All right, number 1, be serious. That's what we said. That word sober means serious. So letter A, living the Christian life is a serious business. Now, does that mean we can't ever have fun? We can't loosen up a little bit? Of course not. But we got to be serious that it's a spiritual warfare. The Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers. So we got to understand that we're serious, that we're in a battle with there, and it's a serious thing, living our Christian life. And of course, we want to be a good testimony, because that points other people to Christ as well. So it's a serious business. Letter B, God isn't playing around with us, and neither is Satan. So God's given you, really in the Bible, he's given us things to be successful and have victory. And so he gives us great instruction, but Satan's serious about what he does too. I've heard people say, if you could say anything good about Satan or the devil, it would be that he's a hard worker. And he does work hard at what he does, and unfortunately, he's even deceived himself. He thinks he's equal with God, and he's gonna realize that he's not. Obviously, as things progress here and the final battle comes and all those kind of things where Christ has the victory there. And so God's not playing around, neither is Satan. Letter C, the devil is out to destroy us if he can. He's trying to destroy all of us. And so we got to be careful there. It'd be like if you knew somebody was going to come rob your house. Let's say it was going to be at 2 o'clock, and you knew somebody was going to come rob your house. Well, one of two things. Either you'd be gone and you'd call the police and have them there ready to go, or maybe you would be prepared. You guys would make sure it's locked down and you got weapons to protect yourself or something. Well, in the spiritual warfare, what's our weapon? Well, it's being prayed up and being in the Word of God, and so we can resist things. Remember that if I hide God's Word in my heart, so that I might not sin against Him. When we stay close to God, that helps. Okay, so the devil's out to destroy us if he can. Letter D, the devil means business. He's not fooling around, and so we gotta take our enemy seriously. Okay. Okay, next, your life, your future, your happiness, and God's glory are all on the line. Remember, decisions you make now and I make now, they affect us later in life. And so we're gonna we have to realize that our life is important, our future is important, our happiness is important, and of course God's glory. He gets the glory for all successes we have, and so we're thankful for Him and what He does in our life. Okay? Number 2, be suspicious. You know, when you're out and about or wherever you go, you need to be aware of your surroundings. I don't know about you, but there's certain things I don't trust. If an offer sounds too good to be true, I'm suspicious about that. So be suspicious of what the devil's up to here. Okay, a person can walk through the woods 2 ways. 1, confidently, happily enjoying the scenery. Let's say you're out there taking a walk in the woods and the falling leaves as though he has no care in the world. So you can do it that way. 2, or you can be carefully looking at every twig lying on the ground in case there are snakes. I don't know about you, I hate snakes. I mean, I know they have a purpose and stuff, but I don't really want to handle them or be around them. And of course, I wouldn't want to get bit by a snake. Okay, and so watching, but even when you're walking through the woods enjoying the scenery, you should be watching out for something that could harm you. Other animals, creatures, maybe a branch that's about to fall down or something, or maybe like a place where the ground changes and you could fall. And so we can enjoy it, but we got to be suspicious, be cautious, and be watching. Okay. Letter B, we must realize that Satan is on the loose in our lives, and he's lurking in the most unsuspecting places to destroy our testimony. He's out there trying to get at us, and so we got to be ready, be suspicious that Satan's, we can't just wake up this morning and say, well, I doubt the devil's going to attack me. He's probably got other people he's going to attack today. We just got to assume that Satan's always looking to attack us and be ready for the attack, okay? Letter C, we must be suspicious and investigate things carefully before we get involved in them. So we have to check it out. We got to investigate. We got to make sure. When we make decisions, sometimes we make them too quickly. You don't have to make every decision right away. If you have time to think about it, pray about it, all those kind of things. Some of the things you guys could look to God for in your life. 1, what's His will for me today? No matter what age I've been in life, I'm seeking out what God's will is for me. But like, for example, at your age, you should start praying now about maybe where you're going to either go to college or what job you're going to do, and be praying about it. See if that's truly God's will for your life. And then pray and ask counsel. And that way, even little things that seem like little decisions, try to pray about them and try to ask wise counsel from Christians about it, okay? All right, and so be suspicious and investigate things carefully before we get involved in them. Then it says here, be submissive. We don't like that word submissive because we think it means like we just have to surrender everything. James 4:7 says, submit yourselves therefore to God. Excuse me, resist the devil and he will flee from you. So it says, okay, how am I going to be ready here? Well, submit to God. Remember, we're not stronger than the devil, but God is. So if we submit ourselves to God and we resist the devil, look what it says here. He will flee from you. Why? Because if you're prayed up and you're looking to God and you got God by your side, the devil's going to go find an easier target than you. You ever watch one of those nature channels? And there's always the predator that's out there hunting, and they're looking for an easy target. He doesn't usually attack the strongest one in the herd. He attacks the one that's the weaker one. And so he's looking for somebody that's let their guard down, somebody that's not paying attention, somebody that's not suspicious. He says, hey, I can attack their life, okay? All right, so submit yourselves therefore to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. So again, number 3 there, be submissive. Okay, letter A under there, before we can resist Satan, before that can even happen, you got to submit to God, and you got to remember, let's do it God's plan. Let's not come up with our own plan. Let's do God's plan there, okay? Okay, letter B. We cannot resist Satan in our own power because we are too weak, and we kind of talked about that already here. Letter C. The only way we can resist effectively is to submit to God and let him do the resisting for us. In other words, I don't know about you, I had, when I was growing up, I had a situation where a couple kids jumped me, and literally a couple of them were holding me while another one was hitting me. And it was just a weird situation. But you know, I had one of my older friends come, and he stepped in, and he stood up for me. And I kind of like hid behind him because he was so big and he could take care of the problem. And it's kind of what we do with God. We get behind God, who's bigger than us, and he's our protector. And so, you know, we got to look at that. So the only way we can resist effectively is to submit to God, let him do the resisting for us. All right, letter D here. Are we aware of Satan's power and our weaknesses and our inability to cope with sin and Satan? So in other words, we realize that Satan's more powerful than us, but with God on our side, God's more powerful than him. And then we got to know our own weaknesses. All of us have strengths and weaknesses. Something that tempts me to sin might not tempt you to sin. And so we have weaknesses, and in the areas where we're weak, we need to shore that up and guard that even carefully. And then again, sometimes we have an inability to cope with sin and Satan, so that's why we need God's help. Okay? All right, next slide, our next section here, number 4, be steadfast. Be steadfast here. Okay? Well, what does that mean? Really, just to stand fast here. Look at letter A here. Don't give up, persevere. You know, sometimes along the way, remember, we're in a major warfare with Satan, but sometimes you're going to lose a little battle, and you might give in to sin, or you might mess up, or whatever. But remember, God gives us many, you know, a lot of you hear that God's the God of second chances, but not only second chances, third, fourth, fifth. God will always help us restore. One of the days this week, we talked a little bit about how David messed up and had the affair with Bathsheba. But God was still able to use him, and he was able to get right with God again, and God was able to do that. We also talked about Moses, who murdered an Egyptian out in the desert, but he was able to get right with God again, and God was able to use him in a mighty way as a leader. And so don't give up. Persevere. When you mess up, just get it right and do better the next time. We're all human. We all make mistakes. We all fall for sin sometimes. And so we have to just not give up and persevere. Okay? Then keep on going, or keep on doing the right things. Keep on doing the right things. Do what God says is right. And when we please God, we'll please others in our life, and we'll definitely, that's the way to have victory in the battles. Okay, remember, we're under 4 steps to victory here. This is number 4, being steadfast. So keep on doing the right thing. Even if you did the wrong thing yesterday, get back up and start doing the right thing again. Letter C, again, be serious, suspicious, and submissive every day. That's that word sober. Be serious about things. You know, your Christian walk, take that seriously. Take sin seriously. Take your enemy, the devil, seriously. And be suspicious that he's out to get you. Be submissive to God so that you can have victory. Okay? All right. And then letter D here, look for Satan. Look what it says here. In your home life, in your devotional life, and your social life. Satan's going to try to attack the home, that's for sure. In your devotions, I think I told you yesterday, I mess up sometimes too. I don't do my devotions all 7 days sometimes in a week. I try to do them every day, but there's some days I don't get to them. I don't get to spend time in the Word, or I forget to pray. The neat thing about prayer, you can pray anytime in the day. If I forgot to pray this morning, I can pray for God to help me now. Or I can pray later today. And if you're doing it right, hopefully you're praying to God several times throughout your day to help you with different things. And so Satan will try to attack your devotional life. If he can keep you away from spending time with God, he can kind of get in that relationship and separate you from God. Again, not from salvation, but in your walk with him. And then, of course, Satan will try to attack through your social life. Remember what we talked about earlier in the lesson, where It's important who we hang around. We have to hang around, first of all, other Christians. As you guys, some of you guys dating or thinking about dating and all those kind of things, make sure it's a Christian. So it's somebody that's on the same page for that. So look for Satan in all areas of your life and just be prepared for that. Okay? All right, we're at the end of the slides. Notice that Mr. Brown here has a homework slide here. He says, prepare for your verse quiz, which is Proverbs 11:2 and Proverbs 11:25. And then he says to do the lesson 9 quiz worksheet, okay? And so that's the homework that Mr. Brown has on there, so make sure you get that down. The verse quiz is Proverbs 11:2 and 11:25. And then do lesson 9, the quiz worksheet. If you have any questions on that, reach out to Mr. Brown through email or whatever, however you contact him, and he'll be glad to do that. Hey, it truly is a joy to, joy to have 3 days where I was able to present the Bible to you, and I appreciate that you guys, I appreciate all you do. I know it's not easy being a teenager, and it's not easy all age of your life. It's hard in your Christian walk. But you just got to hang in there, and like it said here, be persistent, stay steadfast, keep looking to God, follow those tips that are in the Bible. Try to have a close relationship with God just like you would have with your best friend. Talk to him regularly. Talk to him, tell him what's going on in your life. He knows, but sometimes it just helps to talk to him about it. And then stay in the Word of God, okay? All right, don't forget, it'd be great to see you guys again on campus on Monday. So everybody will be back Monday for regular school, and we look forward to seeing you then. Let's close in a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, I do again pray these students will have a great weekend. I pray you'd bless them and help them today. Help them through the rest of their classes, and Lord, bless them in a mighty way. And then Lord, all of us, including myself, help us as we fight our enemy, the devil. Lord, we thank you for salvation, and we thank you for your love, grace, and mercy towards us. And I just pray that you be with each student, help them to be strong in their walk with you so that they can resist the devil. Lord, we praise you. It's in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, we got done a little early today, so you guys have a little bit of time before your next class, but we'll see you later.
Hello, hello. Welcome to English class. I did send you guys the test through your emails. I sent it to your school email. I tried to find the emails that were on My School Works for your parents, so you could probably ask them. If not, I did also include my cell phone number on the email, so go ahead and text me and I can send you a copy of the test through text. Or go ahead and comment that you need the copy of the test and I can try to get it to you. I see Elijah, obviously you weren't here for the beginning of the year, so you don't have to take this test. But everyone, I sent instructions on the email as well. I want you to take the test today and then send it, text me a picture, email me a picture of your test, and then turn the physical test in on Monday. Okay, so hopefully, I haven't heard anything different. Hopefully, we're starting again in person on Monday. Please don't quote me on that, but that's what I just heard. But hopefully, they'll send out an email by today or something about next week. So hopefully, we're in class on Monday. But yes, the test needs to be sent in today somehow. If you cannot send it to me electronically, I know Lacey already told me that she couldn't print it, so you just need to let me know, okay? You just need to say, hey, I didn't get it. Jesse, I just emailed it to your parents this morning, so like 10 minutes ago. So hopefully you got it. I also emailed your dad because that's what your parents gave me. But if not, I'll text it to your mom. Just let me know if they didn't get it, okay? But again, there's no excuses. You need to let me know if you cannot send it in today, okay? And if you're, oh gosh. Is it everyone? Hello, hello? Let me see. Hello, can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? Sorry if it's super scratchy. I have no idea what to do about that. I can stand straight as a statue if that helps. But like I said, you need to let me know. Amethyst, I see some of your comments here as well. I sent it to Jen. So she should have it. So you can send it in or she can print it off today at school. And then, okay, hold on. Okay. I don't know if this makes sense, but yeah, Amethyst, I just said that I can print it out today and give it to Jen so she can take it home for you today. Okay? I don't even know what to do, guys. I'm sorry about the scratchiness. Honestly, I don't really know what to do. But hopefully it gets a little better. Hello, hello. I don't know if that's any better at all, but go ahead and take out your grammar books. Okay, grammar books. Go to page number 86. Okay, yesterday we talked about verbs and verbals. I'm going to adjust this over here. Okay, so verbs and verbals, all right? So sometimes a verb is used as a noun, adjective, or an adverb. This is a verbal, okay? We briefly talked about this yesterday. Participles, gerunds, and infinitives are 3 different kinds of verbals that we have, okay? So number 2, look at your section. Participles, those are used as adjectives, and those are ones that are ending in D, ed, t, or en, okay? So D, ed, t, or en, also ending in ing. We know that adjectives describe nouns and pronouns, so participles, since those are used as adjectives, they describe nouns and pronouns. I'm going to go over here to this side so that I can start writing these down for you. Give me one second. Okay, hopefully you guys can see this, but there are 3 kinds of verbals. So the first one is a participle. Okay, a participle. Participle. These are used as adjectives. Okay, obviously adjectives describe nouns and pronouns. Okay, the way that we distinguish participles are ending in D, E, T, what else is there? ED or ING. Okay? So for example, these would be used as adjectives describing nouns or pronouns. So working rapidly, or it's anything that describes a noun or a pronoun. Okay? The second participle, or the second verbal that we have is a gerund. Okay, these are used always as nouns. So if it's used as nouns, it's not describing anything. It's functioning as a person, place, a thing, or idea. Okay, these are gerunds, and the way that we distinguish gerunds are ing. Okay. These do not describe anything. They're just nouns. Okay. Then the last one is an infinitive. Okay, when we come back on Monday, we'll go over these. And then the way that we distinguish infinitive is the word to plus a verb. Okay, the word to plus a verb, all right? We have to make sure that we don't confuse these with prepositional phrases. Okay, prepositional phrases it shows relation. This is basically functioning. It can also function as a noun, adjective, or an adverb. Okay, so let's do exercise A. I'm going to move the camera back. Okay, exercise A. All right, we need to underline each verb twice and then circle each participle. Okay, so we know that participles are adjectives. So we need to look at my sentences and say, are there any words that end in D, ED, EN, T, or ING? Okay, so for example, look at number 1. We also need to draw an arrow to the word that it modifies. Okay? Number 1 is the boy sitting at the far left will be giving the valedictory speech. Sorry. Okay? So I need to find my actual verb. All right? My verb is the one that's showing action. It's linking, it's helping, or it's indicating existence. Okay? So the thing that's actually the verb of the subject. Okay? So number 1 in this case is will be giving. Okay? Even though ing, the part of the verb is ing, that's actually the verb that's showing action. It's will be giving. Okay? A verbal is a word that looks like a verb, but it's not actually functioning or the verb of the subject. Okay? So in this case, look at the word sitting. Okay? Sitting obviously looks like a verb. It's the boy sitting, but that's not the actual verb of the sentence. Sitting is a participle, so I would circle it, and it's going back to boy. Okay? It's saying which boy. Okay? Which boy will be giving the valedictory speech? It's the boy sitting at the far left. Okay? That's number 1. Number 2, Chris lives in an old Victorian house recently converted into apartments. Okay, so I need to find my verb. Okay, my verb is lives. Chris lives. Okay, are there any words that may look like a verb within that sentence? Okay, to me, it would be the word converted. Okay. It's not saying Chris converted, so it's not my verb. It's Chris lives. So converted is my participle, and it's describing a house, okay? It's saying which house does Chris live in? It's saying the house converted into apartments, okay? That's the converted house. That's why it is a participle, which acts as an adjective, all right? Number 3, I just finished a book written by a professor of that college, okay? I need to find my verb in that subject and in that sentence and my subject, okay? Any word that's showing action, I look at it and it says, oh, my action verb is finished, okay? Finding my subject of finished, it's the word I. I finished, okay? So what did I finish? A book, all right? Book is my complement. However, I'm looking for verbals, okay? So in that sentence, my verbal or my participle is written, okay? It's saying which book? It's the written book. Notice how that's ending in an en, okay? The word written does look like a verb, but remember, verbals are verb forms that do not act as the verb, okay? Same thing with number 4. Hidden, okay? Hidden is my participle. I need to circle that. Draw an arrow back to Bible, okay? The Bible, hidden in the mattress, escaped detection by the communist authorities. The Bible escaped. That is my subject and my verb. Hidden is a participle describing Bible, okay? And then number 5, in the darkened room, we could not find our way to the door. Okay, my subject and my verb. My verb is could find. Not is an adjective, an adverb. So could find is my verb. Who or what could find? We could find. We is my subject. Therefore, we could find are my subject and my verbs. Now I need to find my participle. Okay? In number 5, my participle is the word darkened. Okay? Notice how it has the word ed. Okay? You can darken something, but in this case, darkened is an adjective describing room. Okay? Adjective describing room. All right? So we'll go ahead and work on B, C, and D. We're not going to do that for homework. I want to do that with you guys in class on Monday. So we just went over exercise A. B and C is practicing our gerunds and our infinitives. So we'll go over that on Monday. Okay? So also, I sent this in the email, but what is also due on Monday is your vocabulary. Numbers 1 through 12, 2 times, okay? Numbers 1 through 12, 2 times, okay? For your vocabulary from list number 4, okay? If you are missing the homework, please comment or please email me, okay? Please email me. I've said the homework so many times, so let me know if you still didn't get it. Email me, text me, okay? Message me on My School Works. Whatever you need to do to get the homework, all right? Vocabulary list number 4, 1 through 12, 2 times. That's due on Monday, okay? And then we're not doing anything for literature today, just the test. I know some of you guys have commented that you don't have the test. I can send it to you, but please let me know your email so that I can send it to you. But I did try to send it to you through My School Works, okay? Or to whatever student email that you may have, okay? So, Austin, yes, you can turn in the stuff in person on Monday, but you still have to send me a picture of your test today, okay? So picture of the test is due today, okay? I only had one person tell me that they could not turn it or send me a picture today, okay? So if you can't send it to me today, then let me know, personally message me, okay? So then make sure you guys write that in the comments, but what's it called? So Amethyst, I see you commenting. I'll give it to Jen today so that you can take it today and send me a picture. Other than that, if anybody has any questions, let me know. I'll stay on for a few minutes so that if you guys have any questions, you can comment But yes, so today you need to send it by the end of the day today. You can send it to me at like 10, 11, whatever time you finish it. But I do need a copy of the test today, whether electronically, you can come by the school and drop it off. Yes, today, okay? And then if for some reason, if you cannot electronically send it to me, let me know. And then whether through email, text, my school works, let me know. And then everyone needs to turn in the physical test to me on Monday, okay? And then like I said, also due on Monday are the vocabulary words 1 through 12, 2 times from list 4, okay? Okay, sounds good. But Maya, let me know why. Just you have to send me an email, okay? So just text me. If you don't have my number, it's on my syllabus or get it from somebody. But I need to know why you cannot send me a picture of your test, okay? So, and then even if you guys can look at the test, do number 1, your answer, number 2, your answer on a piece of paper. So honestly, there's not really an excuse, but if there really is an excuse, then you can email me personally or text me, whatever you need to do, okay? Other than that, that is due on Monday, so let me know if you have any questions. Email me, text me, or message me in my schoolworks.
What's up? Sorry, I don't need this on. I do have a new mic today, so hopefully it's working well in here. I don't know if it was ever a problem in yours. Hopefully you guys are doing well. I believe I got almost everyone's tests. Let me check real quick. World History grade book. So that's good. Thank you for saying you're here. Good to see you, Sophia, Jaden, Maya, Avery, Adam, Austin, Lena, Jesse, Jeremiah, Adrian, good to see you all. Amethyst, Lacey. Hopefully everyone else will join us because if they miss something that is on them, they will receive a 0. So hopefully they get tuned in. Where did I, oh, there it is. Sorry, I was looking for my book. Okay, so that test should have been turned in. If I say your name, I might have it. I just haven't graded it yet. Like I know Jaden gave me hers. Austin gave me his. Doug, I don't know if I have your test yet. Let me check. Okay, I do have your test. Doug, I have your test. Sophia, I don't know if I receive your test. Okay, so Sophia, I will need your tests. Okay, it was supposed to be turned in by yesterday. There's a lot of time with that. That was due yesterday. If you already sent it, just let me know. Just send it again. I won't mark you off, but I need it. Lena sent me hers. Gabby and Adrian, I think you guys dropped those off. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't checked yet, but I believe you said you're dropping those off in the office. And then I'm still missing, I might have it though, I think I have Jesse's as well. So that should be everyone. So the only one I don't think I've received would be Sophia. Sophia, I need your test. So make sure you get that to me this class period, or else it will be, sadly, 0, because it was due yesterday. Okay, was there any questions or anything with the homework? Did you guys get that all done? Okay, Isaac, good to see you. Thank you, Adrian. Perfect. Oh, yes, you said you left it on your desk. Right here. So I have Gabby's and Adrian's. Okay, perfect. I have a few other ones I still need to grade that I received yesterday and today. Okay, those will get graded, so you can check out those as well. Any other questions or anything? Does anyone have, hey, am I missing something? I believe everyone else has turned in everything. So that's good. Make sure, I know distant learning, I know it's a little bit different for all of us to be doing it all at once. It's harder for me because I'm like, man, has everyone turned it in? Because we weren't really set up for this. I have set distant learners, but I wasn't really set up for this. It's kind of just happened. Okay, so if there is something, okay, I'm going to try to have as much grace. I'm going to try to work with you. Say, hey, during that time when we weren't really here, I don't know if you missed it, okay, but there was a homework assignment. You might not get full credit, but you can still get credit for it. Okay, so try to do your best. It is your job while we're doing this distant learning to make sure you're tuned in, and if you're not, you're contacting me to say, hey, did Mr. Coral, did I miss anything? That's your job as a student with this. Okay, because going into next week, as of now, okay, on Monday, we're all returning here in person. Okay, but I've already had a few people say, hey, Mr. Coral, I'm going to be distant learning next week as well, just for safety for my parents. Okay, so if you're doing that, I need to know. Okay, because I have people that are distant learning consistently, okay, I already have them set up. I send out quizzes to them, like Giselle, okay, but if you're not coming in next week, okay, you need to let me know, because if we have a quiz or something, I need to send it to you. If you have homework and stuff, you need to turn it in. So we'll have to communicate with that. Hopefully you do that with me. Can you turn all your stuff in person? Homework last night, I believe. Didn't you guys have section review? Oh, I can't remember which one I gave you guys. I think we did section review 1 through 9 odd, because we voted on it, 1 through 9 odd. It was page 113, 1 through 9 odd. Yes, all homework and everything will be turned in person. Okay, so on Monday, you don't need to send me any pictures of anything of homework. If you have already, that's okay. I probably graded it. Okay, if not, remind me. So say later on, you're like, hey, Ms. Squirrel, I sent this one to you during that time of distant learning. Just let me know. Communicate to me. I'll recheck with it. Yep, you did. You're right. I'll grade that and put it in. Okay, but you don't have to send pictures of homework. You'll just turn it all in once you get here on Monday. Again, if you're continuing to do distant learning, okay, you're going to have to turn all your homework in on Fridays. Okay, so next Friday, you turn in all the homework from this week and next week. You'd bring it all in, the homework, and turn it in, and the copies of quizzes. With that, but we can talk. If you're doing distant learning, just let me know. Okay. Yes, you do have to do. What was homework? Amethyst, remind me of what was homework yesterday. I thought I gave the odds. Which one did we do yesterday? We definitely had homework. Yes, we did. We had homework yesterday. I think maybe it was 114. Yeah, I think it was 114, 1 through 5. 114, 1 through 5. There you go. Thank you for helping me out with that. So make sure that, again, you don't need to send a picture. Some people already did. That's okay. So you don't need to bring it in, but make sure you bring that in on Monday. It was page 114, 1 through 5. Thank you guys for helping me out with that. Perfect. 113 was canceled. You are right. Okay, so before we start, if there's any prayer requests, throw that in the chat real quick. We'll pray, and then we will finish out this chapter. We're going to review for a quiz today, and then we'll have a quiz on Monday. So again, if you're continuing to do distant learning next week, you need to let me know today. So when we take the quiz on Monday, and I email out quizzes to distant learning students, I get it to you so you can take that. Okay, if you don't tell me you're distant learning and you're not here for a whole week, okay, you're going to have to take that quiz when you get back, or you're just going to receive a 0 for missing it. So you got to let me know. Make sure you let me know. Communication is key. Sorry, let me read the chat real quick. Yeah, we figured out it was page 114, 1 through 5. All. Yes, we had homework, Derek. Yes, I did say it. Don't do those terms. Okay, we're not supposed to use that language even if you're not saying it. Okay, we did have homework. Derek, no more. Okay, you're going to receive demerits if you keep on saying stuff like that. We don't use that kind of language, whether here or on the chat. Okay, so if you have any questions with that, yes, we did have homework. Yes, it was announced. It was not page 113. It's page 114, 1 through 5. Okay, you'll turn that in all on Monday. Okay, so luckily you don't have to turn it in today because you're not here. Okay, it'll be turned in on Monday. So if you forgot to do it, write it down now. You got to be paying attention in the stream. Okay, we're going to jump in and finish these notes today and then review for a quiz for Monday. So pull out your notes or book, or however you're wanting to do that. Yes, I canceled 113. Remember, it was Wednesday. Amethyst reminded us of that. Okay, it was Wednesday. I gave it out, but then I said, hey, it's Wednesday, no homework anyways. So we're going to begin our notes, so pull out whatever you need. I forgive you, Derek. Just don't do it again, or else you will receive demerits for it. Move myself a little bit off center, okay, so we don't have any problems with that. Okay, so yesterday we were talking about the Ottomans and how the Roman Empire, or how the Byzantine Empire, how the Byzantine Empire got to its greatest extent through Basil II. Okay, and then we see the decline of this Byzantine Empire. Okay, and we mentioned the Ottomans were a new group of Turks who began pouring into Asia Minor during the 14th century. They were led by Muhammad II. Muhammad II. Okay, so we have a few more things we need to go through, and then we will be done. It's going to be a short lesson. Okay, finish these notes quickly. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, you guys will have a little bit of homework, and then you also have to study for a quiz on Monday. So let's get through so we can review. I'm cutting out. It shows that there's volume, so I don't know what I can do for you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Adrian? Again, it might be your internet connection. It could be the internet connection here. Okay, I'll do my best to speak out loudly. We are using new mics today. So, I don't know if they work better or not. I was told they do. I don't know. I think they work the same. Maybe I try to put it down here, closer to the connection. I just won't move. All right, there we go. Okay, so we're starting into the Byzantine as their empire. We talked about their fall and the ending of their empire. We're going to be moving into what did they contribute to civilization. Okay, again, if you can't hear me, same thing applies. Okay, just make sure you're getting the notes written down. Okay, so we have, these are the things that the Byzantine contributed to civilization. The first thing we're going to talk about is the religion. What did they contribute to religion? Remember, the Eastern Orthodox, also called Greek Orthodox Church, gradually developed after the permanent division of the Roman Empire. Okay, in 1054 AD, that is a typo. Let me fix that real quick. The two churches officially split. Remember we talked about the Western and Eastern sides. So we're going to see how they contributed to that. So no, with religion, they contributed the Eastern Orthodox Church. As the Church and Bishop of Rome claimed increasing authority over all Christendom, Eastern church leaders, especially those in the Byzantine Empire, dissented and established their own local autonomy, okay, or their autonomy of the church, okay, the ruling of the church. The Eastern and Western churches also disagreed about various church procedures and dogma. Although both churches remained quite similar in several areas, finally, 1054, as we mentioned, after centuries of increasing bitterness and conflict over church authority, the two churches officially split, remaining separated to the present day. I'm sorry, I'm doing my best talking. Okay, they gave me a new mic. I don't know if it works any better. Okay, remember, no more chat in the group chat. Only if you have a question. If I see something multiple times, I'll give you a warning. Like I already gave Derek a warning. If I see it again, you will be given demerits even though you're not here. Okay, so note number 29, the Eastern Church came to be called the Orthodox Church because it claimed to have remained more doctrinally correct than its Western counterpoint. In reality, it adopted much of the same distorted views of the pagan influence. Okay, so some examples after you get that written down or highlighted. However you guys are doing that, give you a little bit of time. Okay, for examples of these things of distorted views and pagan influence, we're going to see Greek liturgy. Greek liturgy. Okay, Amethyst, no more. I know you're just trying to explain to them. Okay, so get that note down. Give you guys a little bit of time before I move on. Okay, follow the best as you can. We do need to move quickly so we can get to reviewing for the quiz. Okay, so Greek liturgy. This is the public worship service developed by the Eastern Orthodox Church. It was of superstition, symbolism, and paganry, filled with sights, sounds, colors, and odors. During the visit of Constantinople, Vladimir I, Prince of Kiev and ruler of early Russia, was so impressed by the sensuous Greek liturgy at the Cathedral of Hagia Sophia, that in 989 he adopted Eastern Orthodox Christianity as the official religion of Russia. All right, thank you, Amethyst. Thanks for letting me know. Perfect. I don't always see the chat right away, too, so I might talk to the chat after it's already been there for a while because I don't look at it right away. Okay, so moving on in this, we see that this Russian, through Vladimir I, they took this Eastern Orthodox, but Byzantine monks, still dealing with religion, spread the Eastern Orthodox religion throughout the lands influenced by the empire. The most notable Byzantine missionaries were both Cyril, the apostle of the Slavs, and Methodius, which he carried his religion to the Bulgars, Moravians, and also the Slavs. So know those two people. They're the most notable Byzantine. There's another typo. Let me fix that real quick. Sorry. Fix it while I see it. So know those two missionaries. The two most notable Byzantine missionaries were Cyril and Methodius. Cyril and Methodius. They carried Eastern Orthodoxy to the Bulgars, Moravians, Slavs in the 9th century. Through his work in translating the liturgy and other religious works into the Slavs language, Cyril invented what is known as the Cyrillic alphabet. Note number 32. Cyril invented the Cyrillic alphabet while translating the liturgy and other religious works into the Slavic language. It was based on the Greek alphabet and became the foundation for the Russian and Slavic alphabets. Remember, these are all contributions of the Byzantine civilization or empire to civilization. You can see an example of the Greek, Cyrillic, and then English alphabet on page 114. You probably saw it in your reading for the homework as well. The Byzantine Church's greatest contribution to civilization was the preservation of the Greek New Testament. So Byzantine church scholars, monks, priests, they preserved these writings of the Greek New Testament. Give you guys time to write this down. This is going to lead us, preserving this Greek New Testament is going to lead us to the Byzantine text. the Byzantine text. Note number 34. Okay, the Byzantine text of the Eastern Church became the basis of Erasmus's 1516 edition of the Greek New Testament, and of all Protestant translations made of the New Testament during the Reformation, including the King James Version of 1611, which is the one we still say we should use today. Obviously, we're not specifically saying it's the only right Bible. Okay, we are to believe that the King James Version is just still the closest to the original text. Okay, I know this one's a little bit more long, or this one's longer, so I'll give you a little bit more time. While you guys are writing that down, just an announcement. As of now, okay, sports are probably going to be postponed until after Christmas break. Okay, we're not going to be doing practices. There won't be games, so we need you guys to practice on your own. That's a long time without practicing. Okay, if you guys don't work on your own, we're basically going to have to restart all over in January. Okay, we don't want to have to do that. Hey, let me fix this a little bit. We want to be able to jump right back in where we left off. We're doing great. Okay, ladies, you're doing great. You're doing awesome. Gentlemen, okay, so try to do stuff at home. Okay, whether it's just doing body workouts, okay, trying to stay in shape a little bit, go outside and run a little bit. If you have any kind of ball, tennis ball, basketball, soccer ball, volleyball, okay, practice doing ball handling. Okay, if you have a hoop, use it. If you don't, try to go to a park if you're able to. If you're not, just practice your shooting form. Okay, stuff you should practice as you're writing down this note. Okay, next note, note number 35. The Byzantine art, so moving on in their different art and architecture that they gave us. Byzantine art and architecture combined Greco-Roman styles with the Oriental elements and Eastern Orthodoxy. Not Easter, Eastern. Eastern Orthodoxy. Okay, that's what they brought. That was their style. It was also heavily influenced by this Eastern Orthodoxy and attempted to express visibly the mystical appearance of that religion. Okay, note number 36. Byzantine architects replied primarily, I think that's supposed to be primarily. Let me fix it. I am so sorry. I wish I would see these while I'm typing. Okay, they relied primarily on the use of the massive domes and arches in their buildings, creating an appearance of majesty and power, while the interiors gave the impression the buildings was suspended from heaven. Okay, these churches, early churches and buildings, especially the churches and main public buildings, okay, but households as well, okay, they all decorated their houses with paintings and mosaics, okay, the style of art and architecture to their buildings, okay, like tainted windows, okay, they would do those kind of windows, like even some churches have those still today. Okay, Byzantine artists decorated their churches, public buildings, and private households with paintings and mosaics. Okay, what are mosaics? Most of us probably know. Mosaics are pictures composed of stones, jewels, or pieces of colored grass. How come there is no practice though? Because there have been plenty of people that have had COVID. Okay, we don't need to say any names. There's been plenty of people that had COVID. and just for the safety of our students and kids, and with it still being a little bit colder now, we don't want it to get any worse. So we want everyone to get a full recovery. We might have practice maybe the last week of school, we'll see, but probably not next week. You'll have to do practice on your own. I know it's not what we want, it's definitely not what I want, but it's just what the administration wants as of now. I understand it with this, the frustration. I'm right there with you, okay? But this is what they think's best, so this is what we're going to do, and we're going to support it and respect it. Okay, the hoops aren't even up right now. They put them all down because it's been windy anyways. Okay, so we can't really practice when it's that windy anyways. Okay, so again, these are mosaics. Just an example, not a great one, but an ugly example of a mosaic, I think. But again, just be like these portraits. Yeah, there's a lot better ones than these. I just threw a simple one up there. See how it has stones and fruits and leaves and sticks. Bunch of weird stuff. Okay, note number 39. Byzantine artists often flattened the human figure and made it appear to be suspended in space by painting the figure's feet off the ground. Okay, continuing with architecture and art. Okay, just a few more things. Okay, we only have 2 more notes. Byzantine art and architecture became the accepted form in all of Eastern Orthodox countries and greatly influenced the beginnings of the Italian Renaissance during the 13th and 14th centuries. That's why it's important. It gave a great influence to that Italian Renaissance. Okay, last thing we're going to talk about is it was the sentinel of the West, this Byzantine Empire. I don't believe all sports for the other schools are postponed. Okay, again, we're still playing, but we're just not going to play until after Christmas break. That gives time for everyone to recuperate. That gives time for, in case other schools have anything, because there have been reports of one other school, not one we played, but they had it. Okay, so this is just safety of you guys, safety of all the little kids, because we don't want another situation like this. So we deem it best for everyone. Again, we're still playing all those games. We just won't be able to practice or play right now. Okay, so that means, again, that's a long time. You got to practice on your own. I know most of you aren't going to, but I promise you, work on it now. I've been there. I know it's easy when you're at home just to want to sit on the couch, sit in the bed, watch TV shows, movies, video games, social media. But please, if you're on the sports team, you need to practice, do something. Okay, next note, 41. Okay, by God's providence, the Byzantine Empire was strongest when the threat of the Islam was greatest. Okay, guarding the eastern gate to Europe when the West could not have resisted an invasion. Okay, so we see this Byzantine Empire was used by God in a sense. Actually, I think that's all of our notes. This one is not. Yeah, that one's not to ours. I don't know why that's there. Okay, that's the last note, I believe. Let me check real quick. Yeah, that's the last note. Okay, so for homework tonight, okay, we have a few more minutes. I'm going to give you the homework. Okay, don't leave. I'm going to give you the homework. And then we're going to review for our quiz. If you're already leaving, you're not going to know what's on the quiz. You're either going to show up or you're going to distant learn, you're going to have this quiz, and you're not going to know anything that's about it. As of right now, no practice, but on Monday we'll have more information for you, as even Pastor is sick as well. Okay, for homework, it's page 124, starting in the next chapter, chapter 11. Page 124, questions 1 through 5 all. Page 124, questions 1 through 5 all. Okay, make sure you get that. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay, it's page 124, questions 1 through 5, all starting that next chapter. Okay, for the quiz. For the quiz. Okay, so if you want to pull out a sheet of paper or something. Okay, I'm going to try to help you as best as I can. Again, I know. When's the quiz? It is on Monday. It is on Monday. That's why we're reviewing right now. Okay, it's not going to be too hard. It's over chapter 10, pages 109 to 113. Pages 109 to 113 in chapter 10. Okay, there's short answer, and then there's modified true and false. I'm going to give you basically most of the exact questions because I'm trying to help you guys as best as I can with this distant learning process. Page 124, 1 through 5 all. Got to pay attention, Austin. Okay, here we go. We got about 5 minutes left. Okay, so let's review. I'm not going to repeat every question, so maybe again, write down the answer of the question, or if I don't give an answer, write down the question, okay, and find the answer later. Here we go. Number 1 is, who was the greatest ruler of Byzantine Empire? Who was the greatest ruler of the Byzantine Empire? We talked about it right in the beginning. Remember, that one is Justinian the First. Justinian the First. Who was the greatest ruler of the Byzantine Empire? Justinian the First. Question number 2. Name the empress of the Byzantine Empire who was very influential in the realm of law. Name the empress of the Byzantine Empire who was very influential in the realm of law. Remember, we talked about an empress. Okay, I'm not going to tell you who it is, but we talked about her. It was in our notes. Okay, next question. What famous cathedral is the greatest achievement of the Byzantine architecture? What famous cathedral? Okay, we talked about it in our notes. It's right after the last question, actually, in our notes. What famous cathedral is the greatest achievement of Byzantine architecture? The quiz is on Monday. Okay, it is on Monday. I've said it about 3 times, but it is on Monday. That's why we're reviewing right now. We always review before the quiz. Okay, next question. What was the secret weapon the Byzantines used to defeat the Arabs? What was the secret weapon the Byzantines used to defeat the Arabs? Okay, remember we said it was like a flamethrower. Okay, obviously it wasn't exactly a flamethrower like we have today. Okay, but it was like a flamethrower. Okay, and it was called this name in quotes. Okay, what was that secret weapon? Okay, number 5. Which crusade plundered the city of Constantinople? Which crusade plundered the city of Constantinople? Which crusade plundered the city of Constantinople? Number 6. Which group of Turks finally forced the Byzantine Empire to collapse? Which group of Turks? Okay, finally forced the Byzantine Empire to collapse. Yes, the answer to that one is Greek fire. Not the question I just asked, obviously. Okay, that is the end of the short answer. There's 6 of them. And then there's 4 true and false. So here we go. We got about 2 minutes left, so pay attention. Okay, the first one is the iconoclast controversy dealt with the use of images in the church. The iconoclast controversy dealt with the use of images in the church. Is that true or false? Remember, if it's false, you'll have to know the correct answer. Just to let you know, it is true. Question number 8. Justinian's greatest personal achievement was in the area of science. Okay, Justinian's personal greatest achievement was in the area of science. True or false? Okay, you want to know the answer for that one. Number 9, the Battle of Manzikert. The Battle of Manzikert. The Battle of Manzikert was the greatest victory for the Byzantines. The Battle of Manzikert was the greatest victory for the Byzantines. True or false? True or false? Okay, and last true and false question is Muhammad II conquered Constantinople in 1453. Okay, Muhammad II is the term we need to know. Muhammad II conquered Constantinople in 1453. Okay, that is the whole quiz. Okay, remember your homework, page 124, questions 1 through 5 all. We will have that quiz on Monday as well. Okay, if you're distant learning, and you're not usually distant learning, I need to know. Okay, make sure you tell me through text, not on the chat. Tell me through text or email or My School Works or call the school so they can let me know, because then I'll need to get you all the stuff. Okay, hopefully you guys are doing well. I'll have more updates about basketball on Monday, but as of right now, that is the decision of the administration. Hopefully we can change that a little bit, but we'll see. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Let me know if you have any questions personally. Again, you can just text, email, or My School Works. If you have any questions, ask. Make sure you get those tests turned in. Again, I think everyone turned them in except Sophia. I think that's the only one I'm missing. Get that turned in. We will see you again. Well, I'll see you again for science later.
All right. Whoa, hello. Let's turn that down. All right, welcome to geometry. Just very quickly introducing things. You guys are seeing mostly my screen or the back of my laptop. Sure, that's how cameras should adjust. All right, it's fine. All right, real quick, all you guys are doing today is you guys are working on getting ready for test 3 on Monday and Tuesday. That is open book, open supplement, and if you guys were to need more time, you can. So you guys are just reviewing for it. You're not actually taking the test or anything like that today. And then you guys need to make sure your homework is turned in today. If you have problems with it, please message me. I can reset passwords. I can help you guys out with that stuff if you guys need to. And then you guys have quiz 14 to take on Google Classroom. I know that's different for you distance learners. Normally we use linkit.com. But we're just doing it on Google Classroom today because it's an open book quiz anyway. And basically, you guys were each given your own copy of a Google Doc to fill in the answers for. If you guys have the ability to, please make sure that your answers are in bold and purple. That should automatically do that with the way the question marks are laid out. And then as long as you guys get it in today, you guys are fine. Doesn't have to be right this second, but you guys need to get it in today. But that's basically it. There's no new material for me to cover until you guys take your test. So yeah, I won't be teaching again until Wednesday of next week. Again, if you are, oh, real quick, if you are not a regular distance learner, if you are going to not be returning on Monday, I need to know today by 3 o'clock. So please send me an email, a text, something, so that way if I need to set you up on an account with where we normally do our testing for distance learners, please let me know so that way I can get you set up and get you ready to go so you guys can just jump into it on Monday and get going, okay? So please let me know today if you're not going to be here on Monday so I can get you guys set up remotely, all right? I'm only aware of 2 distance learners at the moment, so you should know who you are, but make sure you guys are doing that. Make sure you guys are keeping up with your work, and I will see you guys Monday in person. We'll be resuming classes, all right? And I'm looking forward to it. I'll see you guys then. I think I've answered all the questions in chat, but if you have more, feel free to ask them. It might be better to email or text me though than in chat. But if I see it, I will do that. But past that, yeah, we're not actually doing a class lesson because there's nothing for me to teach. It's take your quiz, turn in your homework, test Monday. It's kind of a, let me put it this way, I get a free period. You guys have work to do. So I'll see you guys Monday. There it is. All right, real quick, just because there seems to be some confusion about how to take the quiz, here's how we're going to do this. Why does it say missing? Oh, because... Oh, here's the right quiz. Okay. It's going to say all my old stuff's missing because I just created this account. All right, so basically what we're going to do, let me move this camera. It's driving me nuts. Okay. All right, so basically what we're going to do is we're going to click on the quiz. And, okay. We're going to complete the following quiz and submit it here. The quiz is open book. So I clicked on my work. And I got it because when I'm done, I'm going to turn it in. And so I'm going to click on the quiz itself. When I do that, aside from now the billion notifications, okay, all I'm going to do is literally go through each question and replace the word. So I'm not going to actually take the quiz here. Let me zoom in, okay. Okay. But, for example, if I wanted to say is equal to, 50 degrees, this is not the correct answer, okay? I would just type 50 degrees in place of the question marks. That's it. That's all we have to do. So with that, let me get to where, there we go. People keep moving the scenes around. Oh, yeah, that's where we want the camera. Brilliant plan. Okay, cool. So that's basically it, is you're going in and doing that. When you're done, you're going to click the turn in button right up here on the top right. That's why I went ahead and moved my camera, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and click turn in, okay? That would be a 0, by the way, based on that answer, okay? So got it. All right, so then I will just turn in to confirm, and then boom, it's turned in, ready to go. And then I'll go on as a teacher and grade it with that. So, real quick note, please do not try to communicate with me with comments unless I ask you to leave a note on the assignment. That's what that's for. If you're asking me a question, please make sure you email or text me because these things don't always appear to me correctly. So unless it's a note on the assignment itself that I don't need to see until I grade it, it needs to come to me some other way. So just mentioning that there. If there are any additional questions, please let me know, but basically all you do is click this. If you realize after you turn it in you made a mistake, you can unsubmit it. Please try to avoid doing that as much as possible, and then keep in mind this is due on Monday. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. As far as how you're doing it, you're just literally going in and replacing it. If your answers don't appear as purple and bold, it's fine, I'll figure it out. It will just help me if you can keep them purple and bold in there. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense what I want you guys to do on that quiz. All right, if there are any more questions, feel free to ask, but I'm going to go ahead and go back to the title slide. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Hello, hello. There we go. With the new mic that's supposed to work better. I'm not sure it does. Welcome to class. Hopefully you guys are doing well. We'll give it a few minutes, make sure everyone gets on, and then we're going to just go through these notes. Yeah. Hopefully everyone's doing well. How is home treating everyone? How's home treating you? Get this so I can see this. How is at home treating everyone? Is it driving some people crazy? But we'll wait a couple minutes. Let everyone get back on. What's up, guys? We got Sophia, Jaden, Lena, Lacey, Avery, Austin, Jesse, Giselle, and Andrew so far. I think we got a few more others, just people probably aren't paying attention. So we'll give a couple minutes, let them get on. What's up? Horrible. Elijah's here. Adrian's getting bullied by his sisters. I think it has some things that are nice, but I'm sure it get a little annoying just being stuck at home, certainly if you can't go anywhere. What's up, Adam? Good to see you guys. Obviously, Austin, I can tell. When you said horrible, that's what I assumed. Ooh. What's up, Amethyst? Good to have you guys back. Okay, looks like we got a good crowd. Hopefully the other guys will join on. Okay, the people that need to be on. Because they're going to jump on late and then they're going to be like, I'm so confused. What are we doing? And it's going to be like, well, you missed the rest of the slides. All right, just a little review from yesterday. I'm just going to fly through these so we don't waste too much time on them. Okay, but we have, what is the relationship between mass and energy called? Remember, pretty easy, mass, energy, equivalence. Okay, we talked about the energy of an entire object. Moving called. Okay, Austin, no more comments. What's up, Gabby? What's up, Jeremiah? Good to have you here. Okay, what is the energy of an entire object moving called? Okay, pretty common sense again. Okay, if the whole, or the energy of the entire object, we have the whole body kinetic energy. Okay, we also talked about what is the simplest form of motion. Okay, it is translational motion. Simplest form of motion is translational motion. What is kinetic energy caused by rotational motion? Okay, we talked about that as well, and that is rotational energy. Okay, pretty easy. What is energy caused by a rotational motion? It's rotational kinetic energy. Okay, we talked about 4 factors that affect the kinetic energy. 4 factors that affect rotational kinetic energy. Okay, basically, what's up, Isaac? Good to have you here. Hopefully we can come back on Monday. That is the plan as of now. Okay, what are the 4 factors that affect rotational kinetic energy? We have mass of an object, speed of an object, so like the mass and the velocity, the size of an object, and the shape of an object. The shape does matter. We also talked about what is the energy that the object possesses due to the random motion of its molecules. That is thermal energy. Thermal energy. What is the energy caused by a disturbance moving through a substance? It is wave energy. Okay, and then what we're talking about today, the fundamental forces and potential energy. Okay, I believe, again, I don't have a book. All I have is the slides, guys. That's all I got to go off of. That's all I was given. I think it looks like we're on page 120 to 123. Okay, again, there's no reading quiz. I went over that. Okay, and we will have homework tonight as well, but we're on page 120 if you'd like to follow along, or if that helps make a little more sense out of all of this. I apologize if I confuse you. I'll try to do my best. Okay, so moving into the lesson so we can get through it all. Okay, we have note number 1. Okay, potential energy is the energy associated with the position of an object, okay, and the forces acting upon it. You are right. Thank you, Sophia. I have the slides. I was just, I guess, a loss of mind. They weren't up there. I'm looking at them. They're plugged in. I just didn't press the right thing. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. That was just review. You didn't miss any notes. So our first note, general facts. Okay, number 1, potential energy is the energy associated with the position of an object and the forces acting upon it. Kind of mentioned that yesterday. It's okay, Adrian. I forgive you. It's for a better cause. Okay, just again, remember, if you are on sports, I need you guys, certainly the guys. I mean, I want the girls too, but I'm not your coach. Okay, but I need you guys to be doing stuff at home. We got to be just as good shape as when we left, or better. I know it's going to be hard, but we got to be. Okay, moving on in our notes. Okay, don't use those because those aren't words we're supposed to use. Try to use a different word. Okay. Number 2, the type of energy an object has depends on the cause of the force. Okay, someone tell me, do you guys, for notes, are you guys only filling in the underlined blanks? So like, watch this next one. Fundamental forces is the natural force or forces that cause potential energy. Are you guys only filling in that underlined thing, or are there notes on each slide you have to fill in? Because that will help me with how fast I can go. There you go, Amethyst. Much better. Thank you. Could someone help me out with that? So are you guys only filling in the underlined spots? All right, thank you guys. So I can go a little bit faster. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not messing you guys up at all. Okay, so we have fundamental forces are the natural forces that cause potential energy. Moving on. Number 4, we have 4 fundamental forces from strongest to weakest that we're going to talk about. Thank you, everyone, for helping me out with that. Okay, the 4 fundamental forces. First, we have the strong nuclear force. The strong nuclear force. This is the strongest of the 4 fundamental forces. Letter B, we have the electromagnetic force. Letter C, the weak nuclear force. In letter D, we have the gravitational force. This is the weakest of the 4 fundamental forces. Okay, so let's talk about some of these forces individually. Number 1 of the gravitational force. Gravitational force is an attractive force between all material objects. Thank you, Amethyst, as well. Thank you all, guys, for helping me out. Isaac, thanks for messaging me. Okay, with this gravitational force, we have some examples. And any object that has mass exerts a gravitational force that pulls nearby objects towards itself. Okay, the larger the mass, we will see, the more gravitational pull it has. Okay, moving on. Letter B. The law of universal gravitation says that the strength of the gravitational force between 2 objects are these 2 things. Okay, number 1, okay, you have it's directly proportional to the mass of the 2 objects. It's pretty common sense, the mass of the two objects. Secondly, it's indirectly proportional to the square of the distance between the two objects. Okay, so say 10 meters, it's going to be 10 meters squared. These are things that have effects on, or is part of this law of universal gravitation. Letter C, the gravitational force weakens quickly, but has the theoretically unlimited range. Okay, the sun's gravitational force holds the entire solar system together. Okay, although it does get weaker, okay, it does have unlimited range. Okay, moving on, letter D. The gravitational force is the weakest of the four fundamental forces, which we kind of already mentioned. If I'm moving too fast, just throw in the chat, say, hey, can you go back? Hey, can you slow down a little bit? I don't know the pace he usually goes at these, so I'm just going to try to help you guys out the best I can to get those notes filled in and to hopefully help break things down a little bit. Okay, letter E, the gravitational field, okay, a gravitational field is a model that represents the direction and strength of the body's gravity at every point in space. And there's a picture to give you an example. Does everyone that has lost power have it back today? I know some people had power out, certainly towards Beaumont and Cherry Valley. It's not a question I can answer, Lena. I'm not sure. I'm assuming no, because Miss Willis, I don't think is at school yet. She's still in quarantine. So, no, I don't believe so. Okay, moving on. Letter F. Newton's second law of motion states that the force on an object divided by the object's mass must equal the object's acceleration. Therefore, the strength of a gravitational field at some point is measured at the acceleration of gravity at that point. That's awesome. Good you have it back. Okay, I was praying for all those who didn't have power. I know that can be tough. Can't even imagine. Okay, ours flickered, but that was it. We've had power this whole time. Okay, we went to like the Beaumont Highland Springs area with all the food, and like you look to the right towards like Panda Express and everywhere down that street, and it's like pitch black. Couldn't see one thing. So when I saw that, I was like, man, God, pray for all the students that don't have power. That would not be cool. Okay, at least it's coming on. We'll continue to pray for you guys. Let me know if you guys need anything. Hopefully me and Miss Coral can maybe help you out. If you guys need anything, let me know. Okay, letter G. Okay, near Earth's surface, the acceleration of gravity is essentially constant at 9.81 meters per second. Okay, know that measurement. The acceleration of gravity is essentially constant at 9.81 meters per second. Lifting an object through a gravitational field requires a force and thus does work on the object. Okay, the brick does not have potential energy. This brick has the potential to fall. It has potential energy. So you understand how the placement of this object does make a difference. Okay, on the ground, it's not going anywhere. No potential energy, it can't go anywhere. Okay, if it's in your hand, because of gravitational force, okay, there is potential energy. Does that make sense? Hopefully that does. Okay, moving on. Number 2, gravitational potential energy. Let's talk about it. It's potential energy that an object gains from the work used to move it against a gravitational field, as like the brick. Okay, it has no potential energy when it's on the ground because gravity cannot pull it any longer. Although there's still gravitational force on it, there's no potential energy in it. But when it's in your hand, there's gravitational potential energy because it's pulling it down to the ground. There's space, okay, there's distance, and it allows the object to fall. Ooh. Okay, letter A, if an object is allowed to fall, its gravitational potential energy is converted into kinetic energy. Letter B, gravitational potential energy is a component of mechanical energy. And we talked about what mechanical energy is. Could someone please in the chat say what mechanical energy is? Just a quick definition. What is mechanical energy? What is mechanical energy? No one knows? Come on, someone's got to know what it is. Give me a quick definition of mechanical energy. We talked about yesterday. You can sneak peek in your notes. Is no one paying attention? Really? We lost a viewer. Sure, it is energy that is mechanical. Okay. Not quite the definition I was looking for, but I guess we'll take it. Okay, letter C. Letter C. Near Earth's surface, an object's weight is essentially constant. Therefore, the work to lift it against gravity is the weight times the height in which it is lifted. Letter D, there's some blanks on this one. The three factors that gravitational potential energy depends on are these three things. Okay, that's a little bit better. Thank you, Gabby. Thanks, Amethyst, for joining us on that as well. Okay, we have three main factors that gravitational potential energy depends on. Okay, first is the object's mass. The object's mass. Second, the strength of the gravitational field. Okay, obviously Earth, we have a specific gravitational pull. You're okay, Elijah. Do your best, but as long as you're paying attention, that's all that really matters. For those many people that aren't, that are on the phone or doing something else. Okay, but the strength of gravitational field differs, just like the moon. Right? There is some gravitational pull on the moon, or else you wouldn't even be able to stand on it. But obviously it's a lot less, as we can tell. People have walked on it, and you can jump on it a little bit. There's not as much. Okay, so the strength of the gravitational field matters. And lastly, the object's height off the ground. Okay, again, the mass, the height, and the distance it is going. Give you guys some time to write that down. Okay, letter E, the equation to determine potential energy. Here we go. Here's our equations. This is where we lose some of our brains. Okay, focus as best you can. Write down the equation. If you already have it, highlight the equation. Okay, you need to know the difference between all these. Okay, and you need to know them, I'm sure, for any quiz or test possibly. Okay, so the equation to determine potential energy. So remember we talked about kinetic energy yesterday. Okay, and with kinetic energy, okay, the letter E, capital E, signifies or shows us that it's energy. And then we had like a little k on the bottom. Okay, so that showed us kinetic energy. Now we're talking about potential energy. Okay, so same thing, capital E, with the lowercase p on its bottom right corner. Potential energy. But here's our formula. Potential energy equals mass times the strength of gravity times height. Okay, so the mass of the object, so like the weight, like the kilograms or pounds or whatever it is, times the strength of gravity, okay, times the heights. Okay, so we're going to show you an example. And again, the abbreviations for that is potential energy, so capital E, lowercase p, equals M for mass, G for gravity, and then H for height. And they're all multiplied by each other. So let's see an example. This is on page 121, the notes say. So hopefully you can see that there. Okay, a 0.5 or 0.53 kilogram ball is lifted 2.4 meters above the ground. Okay, first, what is the ball's gravitational potential energy? Okay, so we have to fill in what we know. Okay, second, we're going to see if the ball is dropped, what is its speed immediately before it hits the ground? Okay, we assume it falls freely with no drag. Okay, so here's our solution. Letter A, the gravitational potential energy can be found using equation 5.3. Okay, so whatever equation was given to you for that, or that is in the book. Again, I don't have the answers on me. I don't have a book on me, so I can't really do, oops, sorry, go back. Okay, so then we plug it in. Okay, so it seems, so we have the weight, right? So we have potential energy equals mass, which is 53.53 kilograms, times the gravity, which we see 5.3, equation 5.3 tells us it's 9, and we learned this in our notes, 9.81 meters divided by seconds squared. Okay, that's our gravity, times height, which is 4 meters in the equation. Okay, then we're just multiplying, breaking it down. So our potential energy equals, okay, so it looks like they multiplied the numbers. Okay, you can probably use a calculator. 0.53, okay, kilograms times 9.81, you'll get an answer. And then multiply that by 2.4, you'll get an answer. Okay, which leaves us, so that would give you your number, which is 12.47832 kilograms. Okay, but then we have 2 meters. Okay, so then you're going to get meters squared all over seconds squared. Okay, and we learned what meters squared over seconds squared is equals. Okay, that equals joules. Okay, so we're going to have, and you round to the nearest whole number, 12 joules. That is our, if the ball dropped, that is the speed and force that it has. Okay, does that make sense a little bit? Someone throw that in the chat. I know it might be a little confusing. Okay, but does that make sense a little bit, hopefully? Just throw yes or no or mind blown emoji because you're just like, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Are people still listening? Again, we've lost another viewer, it looks like. Does that make a little sense? Again, you have to know your equations, okay, and you're just plugging things in. If Austin said yes, I'm assuming there's more yeses to that, okay? I'm just kidding, Austin. Thank you, Gabby, as well. Okay, I think that one was pretty easy. Let's go on to another one. Okay, example 5.2, page 121 still. Okay, so it's showing us a little bit more. We're adding to this. Okay, so we just got our joules, right? We got the energy with that. Okay, so now a 0.53 kilogram ball is lifted to 2.4 meters above the ground. Okay, we already went through all that. Okay, look at the second letter B, the solution. It's going to explain it to us. Let me move my face. I don't matter. Elijah, it's okay. Do your best. Okay, this is going to explain it a little bit. As the ball falls, its 12 joules of gravitational potential energy will be converted into kinetic energy. Immediately before it hits the ground, it will have essentially zero gravitational potential energy, right? Because when something's on the ground, it has no more potential energy or gravitational potential energy. Okay? So once it's near to the ground, it basically has zero, is what it's saying. And 12 joules of kinetic energy, because that doesn't leave, because it's still moving. It's not quite to the ground. Okay, so it has the 12 joules of kinetic energy. It's still moving. It's not to the ground quite yet, but it's still almost there. Okay, but it doesn't really have any more potential energy because it's about to hit the ground and lose it all. Okay, so equation 5.2 can be used to find its velocity. For greater accuracy, we will calculate with the energy value of 12.5 joules. Okay, so we go back to our original answer, which was like 12.48, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they're rounding up to the nearest decimal to just get a more accurate answer. Okay, so we have 12.5 joules, keeping one significant digit. Okay, so the formula we're using, and we learned this one before, okay, is our kinetic energy, right? We've learned this one. Kinetic energy equals half times mass times velocity squared, or our speed squared. Okay, but we don't have all these things, so we're going to have to move some things around. So first step, plug in what we have. Okay, we have our 12.5 joules, which is kinetic energy. Plug it in, 12.5 joules, and it shows us that. Okay, then we have our half. We know that's there. Okay, we know our mass. Remember in their equation, 0.53 kilograms. We know our mass. Plug it in, and it's right there. You can see it. Okay, times our velocity squared. We don't know our velocity yet. Okay, so what we're going to have to do is get the velocity squared by itself. You have to move things around. Okay, so to move things around, okay, we want to get it by itself. We're going to have to move it to the other side, okay, which is going to turn the problem to velocity squared, or speed squared, equals, to get rid of half, you multiply by the reciprocation. Okay, so you're going to get 2 on the top times, so instead of 1 over 2, you get 2 over 1. So you have 12.5 joules times 2 divided by, instead of 0.53 kilograms on top, again, you have to bring it to the bottom, divided by 0.53 kilograms. Okay, you're just going to plug that right into your calculator. So 2 times 12.5 is 25 joules divided by 0.53. So 25 divided by 0.53. I don't have a calculator on me. Here, let me pull out my phone real quick. If I pull out my calculator and did 25 divided by 0.53, yep, you're going to get 47.1698113. Okay, you can round to the nearest hundredth, and that's going to give you 47.17. And we have joules on top, joules over kilograms, okay, which will give us our answer. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. I try to break it down as best as I can. Okay, so we found our velocity, 47.17 joules kilograms. Okay, so let's keep on moving. Okay, so our solution, we know that 1 joule, and we talked about this before, 1 joule equals 1 kilogram times meters squared divided by a second squared. By substituting these base units for joules, we can cancel out kilograms. Okay, so our answer, remember we had velocity squared equals 47.17. I don't know why that's 14. It's a typo. We have 47.17 joules over kilograms. Okay, so we're going to make that into equals, take our number away, 47.17. It should be 17, not 14. Okay, 17. Okay, joules can equal, like we just said, kilograms times meters squared, in parentheses, and seconds squared. Okay, so break it apart. Over, still we have kilograms on the bottom. So our numbers split. Now we have all of our things over here. Okay, with normal math and just getting rid of everything, we have kilogram on top, kilogram on bottom. We can cancel them out, cross them both out. What does that leave us with? Now we have 47.17 meters squared, seconds squared. That's what you should have. Velocity squared equals that. So let's keep on moving. Our solution with this, okay, finally we take the square root of both sides. Okay, remember we had velocity squared. So we have to get velocity by itself. Okay, to get rid of a square, if you guys haven't learned this in math, you should have, you square root it. Okay, so since we did this, excuse me, to get the correct units for speed, we must take the square root of the units, not just the number. Since speed must be positive, we need only the principal or positive square root. Because every square root, if you guys have learned this yet, is positive or negative square root. You get 2 answers. Okay, so we're going to look for the positive answer. So we have velocity squared equals 47.17 meters squared, or meters over second squared. Okay, so now we're going to square root it all. Okay, so you pull out your calculator again. square root velocity squared, that just gives us velocity on the bottom, equals, okay, 47.17, so plug that into the calculator, square root 47.17, you're going to get 6.9, okay, and then meters squared over second squared, okay, that's going to turn into, you just get rid of the square. We have meters over second. So our velocity is 6.9 meters per second. Okay, hopefully that made a little sense. Can someone throw that in chat? Did that make a little sense? Hopefully. Breaking that down, how we found the velocity. Someone say yes, please, if it made sense. Did breaking down that equation make sense, guys? A little bit? Okay, hopefully that did make sense. Hopefully that was a help to those who aren't paying attention. Thank you for those who are. Okay, you guys are great. Okay, so let's move on to some practice problems, and then you'll have your homework. Okay, so we're going to calculate the potential energy. Okay, so remember our formula for potential energy. Remember E lowercase p equals, okay, you got to remember formulas. Formulas are key. Okay, of basically a 3 kilogram bag that is lifted to 2 meters above the ground. Okay, remember, what is our formula? Someone in the chat quickly. What is the formula for potential energy? This one's real easy. Remember, it's EP equals what? EP equals what? 3 letters. I want the 3 letters, basically. Potential energy, or E, lowercase p, equals these 3 letters. The abbreviations for it. Remember, mass times gravity times height. I know the chats are a little delayed. Okay, I don't know how much, though, to be honest. I don't know if it's a minute, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Okay, perfect. Yes, all of you with those answers, that is the correct answer. Okay, so let's move on with this equation. Okay, so if our formula is potential energy, E lowercase p equals m, mass times gravity times height, okay, we're just plugging in what it gave us. Okay, so our mass, 3 kilograms. We already know that. Perfect, guys. Great. You're doing awesome. Okay, Austin, I hope that's not you. It's okay, though. Seems like we have some people that like to mess around but can't actually pay attention in class. Okay, so we have 3 kilograms, our mass, times the gravity, which we learned is 9.81 meters over second squared, times the height, which is 2 meters. Okay, after we solve and we multiply, okay, we would multiply 3 times 9.81 times 2, and you're going to get 58.86. Okay, and with all those things, it will equal, okay, joules. So you round up to the nearest whole number, and you'll get 59 joules. Adrian, don't comment like that. Remember, there are no comments. There are no comments. Okay, yes, it seems like we have someone messing around, maybe an old friend. Okay, there are no comments. Here we go, so let's move on. An object that has 12 joules of potential energy, when is lifted to 0.8 meters above the floor, what is its mass? Okay, so now we're starting with the same equation. So what's our equation for potential energy? We have E lowercase p equals mgh, mass times gravity times height. Okay, but now we have a few different things. We don't have all the same information. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, so now we already have our potential energy. Okay, our joules, which is 12 joules. Okay, so we have potential energy, 12 joules, equals our mass. Do we have mass? Can I go back? I'll go back real quick. Write it down. I got to keep on moving, Austin. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so back to the equation. So we have our original equation, potential energy equals mass times gravity times height. Okay, but this time we have our potential energy already, 12 joules, equals, we don't have our mass, we don't know what it is. Gravity is always the same, 9.81 meters per second squared. And then we have our height, 0.8 meters above the floor. Okay, so now we're simplifying the equation. So then we have 12 joules equals, okay, mass, we don't have mass. We multiplied 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay, you're going to get rid of everything. We're going to get 7.848. Okay, if you multiply it in your calculator, that's what you're going to get. Yep, you can go back in your own time. Thank you, Jesse, for reminding him and reminding me. Okay, so now we have to get meters by, or mass by itself, because we have to find the mass. Okay, so then after, if we have mass times 7.848, we need to divide by 7.848. So now we have mass equals 12 joules divided by 7.848. Okay, once we do that, mass is going to equal, when you divide 12 by 7.848, you're going to get 1.5290519. Okay, I'll do it in my calculator to make sure that it's correct. That is the answer you get. Okay, it'll actually be another 9. Again, round to the nearest tenth or first decimal, and you get 1.5 kilograms. Okay, that is our mass. Same equation, you just have to move things around. Okay, let's move on. We only have a little bit of time and a few more things to get through, so let's keep on moving. Okay, if we have a 145-gram baseball, it's thrown straight up. It reaches the height of 4.3 meters above the ground. How fast is it traveling when it hits the ground? Okay, ignore air resistance. So imagine there's no resistance. Okay, so first we need to get back to our original measurements, right? With gravity, we're dealing with kilograms, so we want to transfer grams to kilograms. That's the first thing you want to do. Okay, you should know that kind of stuff. Once you do that, 145 grams, you just move the decimal, equals 0.145 kilograms. Okay, now we're jumping into our same equation. Potential energy equals mass times gravity times height. Okay, our potential energy equals, our mass is 145 or 0.145 kilograms, multiplied by gravity, again, 9.81 meters per second squared. It's always the same. And then you have multiplied by the height, which is 4.3 meters above the ground. Okay, that one should be real easy. You multiply it, you get our potential energy equals 6.12 joules. Guys, no more. Austin, no more. Elijah, ignore it. Okay, it might be a random person again trying to impersonate someone else. Okay, just ignore it. I can't do anything about it right now. Okay, so moving on. Okay, now we need to find the kinetic energy. Okay, so you got to remember our kinetic energy to be able to do that. Kinetic energy equals half mass times the velocity squared. Okay, our kinetic energy, because we just got the answer, is 6.12 joules equals half times the mass, 0.145 kilograms, times velocity squared. Okay, remember, now we have to move everything back around. Okay, Rick, it's a little bit late to be here. Okay, class is basically done. Okay, after moving everything around, you're going to get velocity squared equals 84.14 joules over kilograms. Remember, joules equals kilograms times meters second squared. Okay, you cancel everything out. You get velocity squared equals 84.41 meters squared second squared. Square root both, and then you're going to get velocity equals 9.18 meters per second. Round to the nearest tenth, 9.2. Okay, it possibly is. Okay, but I'm serious. Whoever it is, I don't know who it is, but whoever it is, okay, stop. If I find out who it is, you're going to be in major trouble, and it better not be a basketball guy. Okay, we are out of time, but there are a few more notes we need to go through, so we're quickly going through them. Okay, do not leave the stream. We're going to take a few more minutes. I'm not going to go through anything. I'm just going to show them. Okay, nuclear force. Write it down. Weak nuclear force. Okay, this force is 10 to the 33 power times stronger than gravitational force. The potential energy caused by weak nuclear force is usually insignificant compared to the potential energy caused by the other fundamental forces. Okay, we also have our other forces. So we have gravitational, weak nuclear force. Now we have electromagnetic. Okay, this is the force that affects objects with an electric charge. So like ions, protons, neutrons, atoms and molecules, electromagnetic force. Okay, like the gravitational force, the electromagnetic force theoretically has an unlimited range. The electromagnetic force is responsible for all known forces in the universe except for the gravitational force and subatomic force. Letter C. A charged object can be viewed as being surrounded by an electric field, which is strongest at its locations and gets weaker with distance. So when it's close, stronger, further apart, weaker. Okay, this brings us to number 2, electric potential energy. The electromagnetic potential energy that a stationary charged object has from the work needed to move it through another stationary object's electric field, like a battery to a switch to a light bulb. Electric potential energy. Number 3, a charged particle in motion produces a magnetic field that can exert an electromagnetic force on nearby objects, which causes magnetic potential energy. Electromagnetic potential energy caused by interacting magnetic fields. Okay, magnetic potential energy. Okay, just a few more notes and then we're done. I know we're going over a little bit. I apologize. Okay, chemical energy. Know what that is? Elastic potential energy. Elastic potential energy. Okay, and our last force we talked about is strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force. Okay, we see the potential energy caused by the strong nuclear force is nuclear potential energy, which is pretty common sense. Whatever force we're talking about, it's that potential energy. Okay, homework tonight is section review 5.3, and you're going to read pages 126 to 130 with that. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll help you out with that. I hope you guys have a great day. Again, is section review 5.3, and then read pages 126 to 130. Okay, we'll see you on Monday.
All right, there we go. Cool. Hey guys, we do have math. Give me just a minute. I'm still setting up. But I know that there is a lot of question about whether or not we had math in the chat. So yes, we do. Just going to take care of something real fast. Oh, man. There's a way to do this. Oh, that's bad. Where's mute? All right. Oh, yeah, sweet. And cool. Let's see here. Where is like the rest of the chat? Is the stream still working? Oh, there we go. I was focusing. You guys know I can't multitask. Let's see here. I just have to do something. All right. Cool. Just need to do that. Cool. Just making my other account moderator so I can fix things. All right. No, I only came on briefly before I had my mic hooked up, so that way you guys knew we had math. I'm still getting things set up, just to give me just another minute. Whoops. I do apologize for the delay. Had to fix some things. It's the joys of doing both math and tech, and then being out for a couple days while people did things. So yeah, we're gonna get started. We're on 3.4, so go ahead and get out your stuff. We will get started here in just a moment. Just kind of cluing you guys into how all this works. Okay, cool. It's gonna work today. Textbook might be helpful. We are in 3.4. Yeah, I'm fine. I was already at the end of my quarantine on Wednesday. Yesterday was actually my last day I had to quarantine. I originally wasn't planning to come back in today. I was just going to teach from home because I was already set up. But then my internet went out. So about that. They're working on it. That's all I know. I know it's not me. All right, but we're on 3.4. Yeah, county cleared me to come back to work yesterday. So, or they called yesterday to come back to work today. So I'm good there. All right. Hopefully everyone's had a good break. Real quick, just at the beginning of this, class has started. I'm just gonna go ahead and just. Oh, I can't do that. Let's see here. I can do it here. Ha. Come on. I'm just gonna put you in timeout. Haha. All right. Anyway, that's honestly mostly for me. I was just having fun. All right. Yeah, real quick, guys. Don't abuse the YouTube chat. Just in general, that creates more work for me personally because I'm the one who has to fix it. Stop it. Okay. Because I have things to do like teach other classes. So. Yeah, because believe it or not, I do have to deal with it. Okay. And why is my chat no longer showing up? All right, refresh chat. On here so I can see what's going on. Maybe. In theory. There we go. No, wait. Hey, there we go. All right, cool. That should handle that. All right, we are on 3.4 slope-intercept form. let's get talking about this. Let's keep chat to serious questions, especially during class, please. I know we were at the beginning just kind of chatting, but let's go ahead and get back into this. Let's also stop the accusations. There's no way for us to know. I don't care. If I need to, I'll ban an account. It's not that hard, okay? I just would rather not, okay? So I'd rather you guys just behave yourselves. All right. It's very warm in here. I'm going to go turn on the air, and then we're going to get started. Sorry, I know we're starting a little late today, but that's okay. I doubt any of you actually are bothered by it. All right, we are on 3.4, slope-intercept form. We talked a lot about slope. We've talked quite a bit about slope, actually, especially on Wednesday. We reviewed it quite heavily, and I was going to do 3.4 yesterday, and then I didn't have internet. So don't worry, I'm only going to I'll ban like the exact account, so I don't have to worry about that. So I already put the one user who is misbehaving in timeout, and then if that doesn't do it, then I'll ban him. All right, so let's get into 3.4 slope-intercept form. First of all, just brief review of slope. I really reviewed this on Wednesday. Really helps if I show you guys my screen. There we go. I talked about rise over run, that delta means change in and all that stuff, and this is the formula that you need to know. M equals y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Keep in mind those are subscripts, not superscripts. These are not exponents. They're just telling us that they're different ones of the same variable. Okay? And then from there we can just plug in and find our slope. So we talked about that. We also talked about how if it's positive, we're going to go up and to the right. If it's negative, we're going to go down as we go right. And then we talked about how to graph using a point and then the slope. So if I have the point 2, 0 and a slope 2, 3, I'm going to go up 2 over 1, 2, 3. Okay? We do rise over run. Okay? And so we talked about that in the past as well. And then I gave you guys this cheat sheet where if you have positive over positive or negative over negative, you'll have a positive slope. And so you can go up and to the right or down and to the left, and that will either way give you this green line. If m is negative, you'll get either way this green line going downward as long as one of them is negative but not both, because then you don't accidentally create a positive. So you can go down and to the right or up and to the left. It doesn't matter. Either way, you'll get the same type of line. We also talked about how if you have 0 slope, it's horizontal. Keep in mind that 0 divided by 12 is a perfectly valid mathematical expression. It just means 0. Okay? It's when you divide by 0 that you have a problem. So if I had 0 over 12, that equals 0. Not a problem at all. If I have 12 over 0, that's undefined. And that's where you have a problem. Okay? So just mentioning that because I saw a few people miss it on homework or practice. I think the quiz actually. Anyway, so just keep that in mind. 0 on top of a fraction, not a problem. It just means you have nothing. Okay, if I have 0 pieces of something, I have 0 of the thing. If I have 12 divided by 0 pieces, how do I divide 0 pieces across 12 things? I don't understand. Like, it breaks math. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense there. Then we started 3.4 right before all of the madness and craziness, and I know I kind of burned through all that previous bit, but that stuff I've been reviewing with you guys either where I wasn't here and I gave you guys worksheets, or on Wednesday I went through and heavily reviewed slope with you guys. So now let's talk about 3.4, because before all the madness we started talking about it and then I had to stop. So we talked about how there's standard form where you have ax plus by equals c. That is standard form. That is typically how you'll see an equation written. If it's a vertical line, you'll get y equals b. If it's a horizontal line, you'll get x equals a. And then y equals mx plus b is our slope-intercept form. And what that allows us to do is it allows us, just by looking at the equation, to determine both the slope and a starting point, just by looking at the equation without having to do any other solving. Man, the AC is loud today. All right. It feels wrong running the AC in December, but you know, what are you going to do when it's 80? All right, so example 3.4a, you notice that we have y equals 3x minus 2. And so first thing we're going to notice is we have -2, and this one we already did. -2 is b, and this was a while ago, so that's why I'm going through this one a little bit slower. So b will be -2, which means we start at the point 0, -2. Okay? And so that means we're going to start here, and then I look here for my slope. That's 3. If we have a whole number, we can just put it over 1 and get a fraction that way. And so we know our slope is 3 over 1. And so I'm going to go up 1, 2, 3, and then to the right 1. If I want another point, I can go up 1, 2, 3, and to the right 1, and connect the dots with the line. Okay? So that is pretty much what we're trying to do. And so now you have 3 ways to graph a straight line. And I'm gonna pause here before I go to the next example. Okay? But we're going to discuss this real quick. We have 3 ways possible to graph a line. First of all is to develop a table of values. Why? I love being knocked out of a text box when I'm typing. Develop a table of values and plot the points, followed by, of course, connect the dots. We can find the x and y intercepts where we set each one equal to 0. Okay? Or now we can use the slope intercept form. Give me just a minute, guys. There is an issue, but these are really the 3 methods we've learned so far. So make sure you guys get this down. We're looking at 3 different methods of solving the same problem. I'm going to come off screen for just a minute. You guys go and write this down. I have to deal with something tech related. I do apologize for the interruption, but I'll be right back. All right, just the joys of having to do tech. All right. So let's go ahead and get into example 3.4b. So these are 3 methods of doing the same thing. So we've talked about multiple methods here. 1 is from 3.1, 2 is from 3.2 actually, and then 3 is from today. We took a minute to talk about slope before introducing this method. So let's look at example B so we can go ahead and graph, get on there, this thing. All right, so let's first of all go ahead and set up our XY axes, and then we'll look at how to solve this thing. All right. Helps if I'm in the line mode if I'm going to make a line. All right, here we go. All right, we are given the problem y is oh no, wait, that's going to run into me. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to cheat and know where the graph's going. So y is equal to negative 2x minus 3. Okay, so the first step is to solve for y. We've already done that. It's already given to us solved for y. So now I just need to extract the pieces I need. And so this I know is the this I know is the y-intercept, so I'm going to start at 0 and negative 3. And this right here I know is the slope, so m is equal to negative 2 over 1. Again, any whole number you can just put over 1 and immediately make yourself a fraction. So we're going to start out at 0, negative 3, which is right here. Is the blue visible enough on the, oh yeah, it's fine. Okay. And then our slope is negative 2, 1. So I can either go down to right 1 and plot that point, or I can go up 2 and left 1 and plot that point. Doesn't matter. Either way, I'll get the same line out of it, as long as I only use one negative direction, either down or left, but not both. Okay, that's how that works. So then we're going to connect the dots. Please stay on the screen. There we go. Cool. All right, and that is our line. Now that we have an equation for our line, we didn't when I was reviewing this on Wednesday, but now that we have an equation for our line, we'll label this as y equals negative 2x minus 3. I'll label it the exact same way it was handed to me, not necessarily the way I solved for it. Now, we didn't have to solve for it, so it happens to be both, but that's how we write it in, so we can label our graph. All right, excuse me. Let's look at the next one. Okay, this was example B, by the way. Example C. Let's first of all set up our graph. I'm sorry, what is what? Oh, okay, you guys aren't talking about the lesson. All right, here we go. So we are given the equation 3x plus 2y is equal to 6. Now, that's not in slope-intercept form already. We need to go ahead and solve for y. And so all I'm going to do is solve this equation for y. So that means, first of all, we're going to subtract 3x from both sides. And so I'm going to write this as 2y is equal to negative 3x plus 6. I'm going to always put the x term before my constant, because that's the order I want it in for the equation. Excuse me. Then we're going to divide both sides by 2 and simplify. So y is going to equal to negative 3 halves x plus 6 divided by 2, which is 3. And so now I have my slope right here, this negative 3 over 2, and my y-intercept of 3 at positive 3. So I'm going to start at positive 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is where I'm starting, okay? And then I'm going to go down 3, 1, 2, 3, to the right 2, 1, 2, as long as I pick only one negative and keep it that way. Or I could go up 3, 1, 2, 3, and left 2, because left is the negative instead of down. Okay? You just can't do two negative directions. And then we connect the dots. Now notice when I label this line, I'm going to write 3x plus 2y I'm going to attempt to, is equal to 6. I'm not going to write y equals negative 3 halves x plus 3. I'm going to write the original form so that way it's very clear that's the problem. That's what I was given, and that's the line for it. All right, on page 108, your textbook talks about trend lines. I'm not going to get into that in here. Let's go on to examples D and E. All right, examples D and E. And let's remove the grid. And let's talk about this. All right, so example D. Basically, the way I'm doing this, by the way, anything written in black is the original problem, and then any other color is me working it out. So I'm given that the slope is equal to, or sorry, is m equals 3, and I'm given the y-intercept of 0, 1. That's that problem. I'm going to go ahead and put b on here while I'm working on it. Slope is m equals 2/3, and y-intercept is 0, negative 6. All right, so looking at part A, okay, these are different problems, just in the same example header, okay? I'm going to start out, I know it's going to be the form y equals mx plus b. Well, I know m, y equals 3x, okay, that's easy enough. And then I know that this is b, so plus 1. That's it. I just wrote the equation of the line, only handed its slope and the y-intercept. If you've already turned in 3.4, you don't need to send it again unless you didn't follow the instructions on the assignment, or if you need to go through and correct something. That's entirely up to you. All right, sorry, just responding to a question in chat. Part B. Slope is m equals 2/3. The y-intercept is negative 6, so I know y is equal to mx plus b. I know then that my slope is 2/3 x plus, or sorry, not plus. We have negative 6 here for b, so we're going to write minus 6. All right. So that's all you have to do. So if you're ever asked to give an equation of a line and you can find its slope and the y-intercept, you can give an equation real easy. One last thing, vertical lines are unable to be written in slope-intercept form just because it's going to be x equals something. There's no slope. It's actually undefined. There is no m. So we can't do that. But with horizontal lines, we can. So for example, E. We're given that slope is equal to 0 and that the y-intercept is 0, 5. And so with that, we just plug it in just like normal. Y is equal to mx plus b. Y equals 0x plus 5. And 0x, of course, would be 0. 0 plus anything is itself. So y would just equal 5. That is actually slope-intercept form. It's just there's no slope. Okay? So there you go. Okay. So, real quick, that's the end of 3.4's lesson. Let's go in here and, okay. Let's go in here and look at your homework real quick. And let me see for sure what I assigned, because I don't remember. Oh, it says it's due today. It's due tomorrow, guys. I do apologize. I tried to change it. That's right. I tried to change it, and my phone would not let me. And I didn't have internet. So this is due on Monday. I'm fixing that now. That's right. I think I had to put a note in there instead. Okay, you gonna save? Hey, there we go. All right, so now it says due Monday. Let me put it this way. Double check the assignment because I've only had one person submit it. And I'm just gonna look over it real quick. I mean, I don't know. It looks okay at first glance. But just double check that you submitted it. I only have one person's. The only person's I have has initials AP. So if that's you, your work is done. The rest of you, I do not have it yet. So you need to make sure you turn it in. We are doing 3.4 with that. and we'll do 3.5 in person in class on Monday. I do look forward to seeing you guys all in person in class again. If you are not going to be in person in class, please message me, whether it's through text, email, or My School Works. I don't care, just let me know. So that way I can better be set up to help you next week as we go into it. So there you go. All right, that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm going to stick around. I'll be here. I just won't be on camera. So if you guys have questions or a problem maybe you want me to go over or ask me a question on, you can do that in chat, and I will respond to that either in chat or by coming back on. All right, so I will see you guys later on. Again, real quick, homework is 3.4 slope intercept form. It's on Google Classroom. This is practice 3.4 blue problems. Practice 3.4 blue problems on page 109 and 110. If you have problems getting into Google Classroom, please message me somehow and I can help you get back in. All right, I'll see you guys. There it is.